Ребят, совсем еще раз пламенный. Сейчас выкинем вниз. Пойдем. Пойдем. Хуярить. Так, продолжаем. Так, мы перешли только что на новую локацию, так что давай кумекача к чему. Я стараюсь. ПДК.
May I ask you something? Oh, I know this. Yeah, let me help you.
Сверху от порта. Слева от здания. Это хорошо. А что, их все уже прям вернули или как? Типа уже все, заебись? А, ну да, я вот смотрю обнова в Стиме. Ну, братка, хер его знает, просто решил подрубить. Бля, обнова, да, 300 метров. Скорее всего, на самом деле вернули. Если вернули DLC «Странные дела», а скины? Скины на игры вернули? Скажите, пожалуйста, кто чекал уже? Скины вернулись, нет? Я хочу на Демогоргона скинчик. Так, сверху от порта. Заебись, занято нахуй. Блин, здесь закрыто. Вот maybe.
Auction's about to start.
Это вышла инфа только. Он со стволом, блядь, стоит. Угу.
In the flesh. Now, if you'll excuse me,
Well, hold up. Written invitation first.
can I present another piece of identification?
Nope. That's why we send the invitation.
Closed auction, gems sold.
Holmes, any luck?
None. They're holding an auction, invitation only. The good news is, I know who might have one.
От души, братка, от души. Работаем, работаем. Я посмотрю потом твой стримчик, брат.
And you think Mr.
Паук мне
Barnaby would
нравится.
share his invitation?
Let us first find him, then we can see if he is the generous type. Could you help me?
I'm sorry, you should search for answers somewhere else.
How marvelous, Holmes. A city within a city.
Indeed. Excuse me, just one question.
I've heard about that, let me tell you.
Locked. No one's here. Rather unassuming for a jewelry store.
Damn. He at it again.
Mhm.
Barnaby still owes you. If he can't pay in greenbacks, he'll pay in blood.
Help me, please.
I'm bone tired, but yeah, I'll help you.
This place. There's a Spartan charm.
It does. My soul will always yearn for London's gloom, but it reminds me of Cordona in a nice way. Barnaby, unconscious but with his eyes open. Look, Watson, the two of you are just alike.
Mhm.
Oh, great. So I look like a haggard alcoholic.
Eureka!
What have you got?
An idea. First, we'll need Mr. Barnaby's clothes.
Ну так мы и оденемся, короче. Блять, а переодеваться на улице нельзя. Можно, наверное. А где нахуй мне тогда, блядь, переодеться?
America, Holmes. I never thought I should be so lucky as to visit.
Ты накупил все очень странные дела, пожалуйста. Если нет выпики, пока то. Не купить DLC, очень странные дела. Япочкой. Ты мне ахуй в лейра задонать, я тебе куплю, не вопрос. Ой, ну вообще песня.
May I ask you something?
Don't be angry with me, sir, but I don't know.
Moving on, mister. Ain't nothing here for you.
Блять, куда надо тогда, блядь?
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
No, never heard nothing.
Are you able to help me?
No, never heard nothing.
Давай, короче, я у друга попрошу лиры кинуть. И купишь чисто от души за старание на турике. Ты, блядь, во мне что, нахуй, благотворительный фонд нашел? Ну пусть он мне просто скидывает лиры и все. И я куплю тебе странные дела.
Look, Watson. What have we here? A local crime star.
A star? You have a strange way with words. Frankly, we have more pressing matters.
I'm not going after these troublemakers, but the posters will add nicely to my collection of criminal profiles. I read a study that suggests facial features can determine a person's tendency to have cruelty or deviant
Holmes, we look
behavior.
nothing alike.
Well, you can't. The hat and coat will do the heavy lifting. Just stay cool, play the part, and no one will notice the difference. Trust me.
Holmes, must we really indulge in this farce?
It worked in Switzerland, didn't it?
Sure, if you redefine the word worked.
Какая-то баба 200 рублей кинула на карту. Я...
In the bartender's tip
Ну,
jar.
нихуя себе тебе баба, блядь, скидывает. Может, мне тоже пусть скидывает? Это, блядь.
Help me, please.
Doesn't remind me of anything. Someone else might help you better, sir.
Where's the money, Barnaby?
I'll wait here so as not to arouse suspicion.
Mr. Barnaby.
Right you are. Shop owner.
Right. Your invitation, sir?
Here you go.
You okay, sir? Seem to have the jumps.
I'm in a rush.
Come on in.
Heavens, I never seen gems so big. I simply must have them.
Excuse me, just one question.
I'm sorry, but I've never... heard of that.
Sorry, I'm just dealing with another client's request. Please wait a moment.
This might be useful. I'll make a note.
Я хотел себе престижа в Steam DBD. Долбоёб. Ну, в принципе, если ему аккаунт не жалко, то похуй.
Are you able to help me?
I'm so sorry. I can't be of help.
Morning, sir, and welcome to the E.W. Gray Banking House. The auction will begin shortly. Name's Zoe Clemens, and I'd be delighted to help you.
Pleasure to meet you, Miss Clemens. I am Frank Barnaby. I do have some questions, if you don't mind. Forgive my curiosity, but who was the previous owner?
Sir, I ain't at liberty to disclose them details.
These gems are rather curious. What can you tell me about them?
These rare beauties are black opals, all the way from Coober Pedy, South Australia. When they catch the light, the
После
dark stone
катки
becomes a brilliant
5
rainbow.
престижей
Something
хуярил.
special.
Беспалево, типа. После катки 5 престижей. Ебать дурак, нахуй. После 10 каток 1 престиж. Вот это еще может быть, нахуй.
It doesn't say where these stones came from. No provenance, no previous owner. I'm starting to suspect they were illegally procured.
What? We would never. I can assure you these gems were bought from one of New Orleans' most upstanding citizens, a philanthropist no less. If you would like to know more, I could get my manager.
You old dog, Barnaby. Didn't think you'd sober up for the auction. An hour ago, you were 3 sheets to the wind.
Oh, you know, I hold my liquor better than most. And the auction was an important business opportunity.
An important business opportunity. Ha! What have you done with the real Barnaby?
Well, maybe I'm drunker than I thought, mister.
Mister? What's wrong, Frank? You're looking pale. Don't you recognize your old pal, Grub?
Пион золотого револьвера, блядь. Блядь, слышь? А вы, бля, ебать в натуре. Ты нахуй... Надо Смайлу сказать нахуй, чтобы он его нахуй не пускал. Он сегодня зашел к Смайлу и этот... Смайл такой: о, нихуя, ванна сотка. Вы скажите ему нахуй, ебать. Сейчас, блядь, такая нахуй пидерсия пойдет, ебать, и нахуй отлетит, ебать, всем с кем... Ну, типа, все с тем, с кем играл, нахуй. Ну-ка, нахуй. Ну все, нахуй, смайлы мы сказали. Да, блядь, просто обидно, нахуй, будет, блядь, из-за этого, нахуй, придурка, ебать, улететь в бан. Потому что, блядь, не дай боже, нахуй, начнут чекать, с кем он играл, ебать, и, нахуй, под хуй попадут все, блядь. Ну, типа, блядь, это, конечно, не 100%, но, блядь, возможность вероятна. Это, типа, знаешь, это как в Расте. Допустим, я, насколько я знаю, вот, допустим, скачиваешь читы и зовешь друзей играть, играешь с ними, и потом, нахуй, друзья вместе с тобой, нахуй, в бан улетают. Долбоёб, блядь. Вот сам. Здорово, брат, здорово. Ну, нахуй, вот играй, нахуй, ебать, и отлетишь, нахуй, пизду.
Of course I know you, Sheriff.
Good. Now, while I have you, there's the matter of your outstanding fines. I've been more than reasonable, but I'm afraid the bills come due.
Fines? Right. I'm afraid I don't have anything on me.
That's funny. Ain't you at the auction? I weren't born yesterday, Frank. Now, assault, battery, disorderly conduct, that's serious stuff. You got off easy, but if you don't pay up, things get a whole lot worse.
Look, Sheriff, I'm not actually...
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Think careful now, because Frank Barnaby only owes us cash. But fraud, impersonation, that's weasel behavior. And you know what we do to weasels round these parts. Feed 'em to the gators. So, Frank, what's it gonna be?
Here's all I have.
Mighty fine of you. The people of this parish deserve peace. They don't take kindly to visitors. Don't miss that boat tomorrow morning, Doctor.
Палюсь, нахуй, ладно. Хорошо.
Don't want to be rude, but even the man upstairs can smell you. Don't want to be rude, but even...
I told you, Holmes. I told you it was a bad plan. Now we're penniless and wanted criminals.
Hysteria gets us nowhere, Watson. Tell me what happened.
The sheriff saw right through me. He knew who I was from the start. Extorted me for every coin I had.
Bah, all that matters is what you learned about the gems.
I shan't discuss it while still wearing that blighter's clothes. I'm going back to the boat to get changed.
О!
Could you help?
No, honey, I've heard nothing.
Блять, она страшная. Ты, ебать, кого ты уламываешь? Ты дурак? Одни бляди кругом. Ну-ка. А, это ебабельная комната, понял. Нам надо другую найти. Сука, как пройти, блядь? Ёбаный рот, значит, я не на тот корабль зашел. Ладно, пойдем другой поищем. Блять, ёбаный дырявый хуй, блять. Мы пробежали вот так, значит. Хуй его знает, да? Блять, схуяли. Ебет башку мне на.
Always a pleasure to see you regular, Mr. Barnaby. Welcome home.
Домой, нахуй. Эй, бесь. Куда, сука, зайти-то, блять? Сука, куда надо-то, блять? Ну, на корабль. И пиздец там, чтобы сбежать. Ну, все верно. Где корабль, блять?
A pox on the crew.
Тут, сука.
No, no! Was that your luggage again? I don't understand. We just got it back in order.
Блин, купи мне, да, съесть. Да иди ты, блядь, пизду, нахуй. Ты доебался до меня. Где, на что я тебе куплю? Ты ебан лан, что ли, нахуй, или что, блядь? Ты, блядь, лиры. Как эти лиры, блядь, положу? Ты пьешь что-то или что, блядь, не понимаю. Доебался до меня, как хуй до скрипки, блядь. Я тебе могу повторить, ты пьяный, нахуй. Ну что я тебе куплю, блядь? Ты мне, нахуй, ты лиров закинь мне, я тебе куплю. Блять, куда здесь надо, не понимаю. Не кричи нахуй. Ебать того рот, блять. Ну-ка, давай поменяемся как-нибудь местами.
Why bother changing it?
Ну, блять, как добавить в стиме? Тогда и узнаем. Сейчас нет в стиме. Ты нахуй как Ванера сейчас забаню нахуй. Как мне, блять, туда попасть?
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I'm so sorry. I can't be of help.
Бесполезная, блять. То, что ты доебался до меня.
Is this familiar to you?
No, I've never heard of it. But I can help you with something else.
Do you know anything about this?
No, I've never heard of it. But I can help you with something else.
Help me, please.
No, honey, I've heard nothing.
Так, ладно, сейчас покурим. Я тут отключился. Даже не ДБД. Вы собрались покупать его? Нет еще в продаже. Так, ебать. Продолжаем нахуй изнасилование. В смысле есть в продаже? В Стиме есть разве? Хуй его знает. Может быть. Я почему не могу вернуться, сука? Спустя 3 часа, блядь. Мы весь стрим будем понимать, как переодеваться. Дай потрахаюсь, что ли, тогда зайду. Хотя бы, ёб твою мать, как переодеться, сука. Ёб твою мать. Эх, сука, и дрочи, блядь. Как, блядь, переодеться? Вы чё, сука, угораете нахуй надо мной? О, 48-й год, блядь. Блядь, переодеться, я начинаю злиться, сука. Ну, настало время вернуться к лодке и переодеться там, чтобы сбежать. Ну, сука, к лодке, ебать того мать. Иди пизду, блядь. Давайте мы лучше на 800 подписчиков КДК забаним нахуй. На 750 мы Ваннера откинули нахуй, на 800 КДК забаним. Тоже идея неплохая.
May I ask for your assistance?
Can't say I've heard about that.
Сука. Твари, блядь. Да схуяли, блядь, нельзя переделать. Здесь нет больше кораблей. Ну-ка, съебись, я сейчас, блядь, ебну тебя нахуй. Тебе смешно? А, сука, я напишу сейчас вам обоим. Как? Хули ты, сука, ходишь за мной?
Sheriff, I'm sure it was simply bluster and bloviation.
Сука. Ебало, блядь. Корабль. Это, сука, это лодка или корабль, блядь? Где тогда лодка, блядь? Нись нахуй. Да ебаный рот, блядь. Подельчики, нахуй. Может быть, вот это моя лодка? Угу. Залупа, нахуй. Ебать, товарот, блядь. Только парализовала, что ли, нахуй? Говно, блядь, ебаное. Еще раз, сука, какая лодка, блядь. Ну вот на этой же я приехал. Чего там собрались брать, я так и не понял. От души, братка, от души.
Oh, bollocks, now our clothes are in
Заебись.
It was like the luggage had legs of its own. Oh, Mr. Pratchett will have my head.
I ain't sure what you did to the sheriff, but it must have been something real hairy to have him chuck your luggage off the pier.
With respect, miss, have we met before?
If you were the real Frank Barnaby, yeah, we would have. But where are my manners? I'm Lucy. And you are?
John, I didn't mean to be rude. I've just had a difficult day, miss.
Well, it's barely noon. And you've already made an enemy in Sheriff Grubb. The man starves his gators just in case someone crosses him. John who?
Watson.
Well, Johnny, if you plan on sticking around, you better change that suit, or Frank's reputation will catch up with you. And then you'll be a John Doe.
Alas, I think one of those gators is currently devouring my spare clothes.
Добра тебе, братка, тебе, брат.
Got yourself in a fine pickle.
Ты чё,
All right,
постримил
come on
все?
board the Nymph of Louisiana, and I'll sort you something to wear.
The nymph? Is that what it sounds like? Why are you helping me?
Well, let's just say you ain't the only one who's had run-ins with the sheriff. Way I see it, this city deserves better. Now quit your stalling and head on over to the Nymph. I'll be in room 6.
This Mr. Barnaby is proving rather useful. Perhaps you're not so different after all.
One more word, Holmes, and I'll hand you over to the sheriff.
Sorry, was that
Понял,
John
братка,
talking
понял.
or Frank?
Oh, go annoy someone else while I visit the nymph.
Just tell me what you've learned.
Я поиграю, брат.
Perhaps you'd like someone new today, Frank. How about Miss Trixie or Joni?
Комната 6, это вот здесь, да?
Well, look at you. All dressed up with nowhere to go.
I can't thank you enough. As I was saying, our journey has hardly gone to plan. We seem no closer to finding our missing people than when we left.
Well, if there were anything to know, Champagne'll know it. She's across everything in New Orleans. Look for her in the fisherman's village behind the Creole Quarter.
Thank you again, Lucy. I shall make my way there now.
Good luck, Johnny. Keep out of trouble.
Ну, короче, понятно. Кому там идет дело. К поебушкам.
I knew the clothes would fit, but I didn't know how well they'd suit.
Что насчет?
You know the number of men who come in here desperate to save me, as if I weren't perfectly happy already.
Ah, forgive me, Watson. The difference is plain as day. What a remarkable transformation from Barnaby.
If we're critiquing wardrobes, Holmes, maybe you can explain why you used to roll just one sleeve up. Did you get bored halfway through?
Наконец-то, блядь.
Do you know anything about this?
I've heard about that. Let me tell you.
I'm gonna die.
Заебись, да, домик? Домик это лодка, ебать. Имба, кстати.
Tocqueville? Lafayette! Hush now. No offense, Sheriff. Them two don't take kindly to gents. Especially foreigners. How can champagne help you? Trip to the market? Feeding a huge crocodile?
Ну, она, по сути, она мамка, ее никто не ебал, поэтому можно ее ебануть.
You know everything that goes on round these parts?
Maybe.
Не, ебалась по-любому, ну...
What you wanna know?
The bank in town recently purchased a valuable collection of gemstones from a wealthy man. What do you know of it?
Sure. I hear everything. This time I tell you for free. Next time, you pay.
Thank you.
May have been 1-2 weeks ago. Rich man's butler sold him some black opals.
And this rich man is?
Don't know his name, only that he from the French Quarter. Folk back in town could take you there. That's all I know. You need a boat? I hire 'em out for dollars. Or a bottle of you-know-what.
Thank you for the offer and the help.
Нет, шоколадом нет, брат, шоколадом не доводилось.
Careful. Nolans may look welcoming, but not every smile is friendly.
Так.
Are you all right, sir?
It'll come again. I will die.
What happened?
The lower of death came to me last night. I know it will come again.
Про крокодила, нахуй.
Let's start from the beginning. My name is Sherlock Holmes. Could you describe last night's events for me?
I'm Cole Seabrook. It was Maman Brigitte. She came to me in the shape of a giant black rooster. Before that, some hit the wall outside. Then she came in. She took my will and she led me to the water.
Perhaps you were dreaming?
I wish I was. The great gator was there. It called me and I couldn't resist, but then the spell broke and I managed to crawl ashore.
Interesting.
I know how it sounds to an outsider, but it was the lower of death and it ain't finished with me.
You mentioned a lower. What is that exactly?
You outsiders only know one God. But there are many and we call them lowers. And Maman Brigitte is one of them. She is the lower of death and life. She heals the righteous and punishes the guilty.
Did you feel anything apart from fear last night?
Yeah. The signs of Mamon's presence, no doubt about it. Everything became blurry, and my mouth was dry, and the light became very bright.
That is something. A feather. Not black, however.
Did you really expect to find the feather of rock here?
There are too many imprints here. It's hard to say where he did or didn't go. He dropped a cup here. Supper leftovers. It's not a simple tea. herbal concoction, rather.
Black tea seems not to be very popular here.
More boot prints here. We have a feathered friend in the case.
Нихуя себе тут ебать. Пленок нахуй. Блять, ну. Сука. Ну, по сути, это не первое. Вот это первое.
Cole was having dinner. He was alone. The herbal decoction started to affect him. He became dizzy and dropped the cup. Hallucinations and stimulation brought him outside. He could have drowned if not for the sobering effects of the cold water.
Oh, no two ways about it. I'm cursed, sir.
You can look at my dogs, but don't touch them.
At least the weather is on our side.
There's nothing you can do about it.
This one is almost odorless. It smells sweet. Interesting. I will take it just in case.
I would love to learn more about these.
Cold ground herbs
The
here.
properties of some herbs are truly amazing herbs.
And some are extremely dangerous.
Ну что, пиздалис, рассказывай.
Are you a good fisherman, Cole?
I wouldn't say so, sir.
Judging by the facial features, Cole and one of his relatives. With William in Shreveport, 1879. Cheap and strong brew. Some chewing tobacco leaves.
Sir?
I must ask you, did you have a drink last night?
No, sir, I didn't take a sip. It all happened before I went to bed, and I only drink to fall asleep. That's just how it is lately.
Cole, I am sure that you were alone last night. The Lowers were not with you.
Well, what else could you say?
I didn't say that I disbelieve you. I'm wondering about this recipe.
It's just herbal tea. I went to Mr. Samdi and he gave me the recipe to help calm my heart.
Is he a doctor?
He is a voodooist. It was risky, but all I wanted was some sleep.
Where can I find him?
On the side of the church at one of the entrances to the fisherman's
Давай,
quarter.
братка, доброй ночи.
Look for a Veve sign, but watch what you say. He has the power of voodoo.
I'll be careful.
Вуду, блядь.
Help me, please.
What makes you think I can be of any help?
Could you help me?
No, I've not heard about that, sorry.
Help me, please.
No, I've not heard about that, sorry.
Can I ask you a question?
I've heard about that. Let me tell you.
Poor bird crashed against Cole's house. The damage is recent.
sir.
Your boat is wrecked. What happened?
Well, I stumbled over a cypress root.
You'd need some force to cause that damage.
Yeah. And to be really down on your luck.
Hopefully we won't stumble upon the sheriff.
May I ask you something?
I've heard about that. Let me tell you. Got a spot in mind?
French Quarter, and get us there fast. You know, Watson, the opulent mansions and stifling heat remind me of my time in the Mediterranean.
Cordona does sound rather magical. Do you think you shall ever return?
I don't know. That place was home to some of my greatest memories and some of my lowest moments.
Yeah.
Excuse me, miss. Are you all right? What is your name?
Eula, sir.
Waiting for someone, Eula?
Yes, sir. My brother Davy. He works for Mr. Arneson in that mansion yonder. Been 5 days now since I last heard from him.
Come now, why all the tears?
Something happened to Davy. I feel it in my bones.
Do you think he may have left the premises?
No, sir. Davy, he ain't like you and me. He's smart in some ways, but he can't talk. Not a word. He's pure and kind.
Fear not. We will look for your brother. One presumes this gate is locked. Is there any other way inside?
There's another entrance through the stables you could try. That's where I meet Davy normally, but I couldn't get in. See, I couldn't find the key. It wasn't in its usual spot. Please hurry, sir. Find him for me.
Да хуй его знает, брат. Посмотрим. Я тоже на хоррор обратил внимание.
I rather wish my lockpicks had not been lost in the river.
Along with all our clothes, books, tea.
лошадь лежит, ебать. Сука, они на боку не лежат никогда. Пиздобольство.
This must be the key to the stables.
Мертва?
Has been suffering for days.
А, ну тогда да, ладно.
Mr. Arneson's cab is still here. Cayenne pepper, half empty, or as Watson would say, half full. This might be useful.
At least that's one life saved.
Мне уже крипово бегать нахуй здесь.
Luxurious shoes, size 9. Look, Watson, animal prints. I wonder what kind. Boots, size 10. These fingers were severed with a single clean stroke, but I don't see the thumb or middle finger.
Вот чьи-то пальчики, да? Это пальчики. Кто-то их откукурузил нахуй. Самый не балуй нахуй. Блять, лягушки нахуй.
No way in. There's blood here. Size 10, the owner's footprints were shallow. Size 10, the heels were sinking into the ground. Look here, Doctor. 2 sets of footprints left by the same person, yet they vary in depth. What do you conclude? Precisely.
Do you smell that, Holmes? Something bad happened here.
I know. Be prepared for anything.
Сука. Я символом лошади. Ладно, она закрыта пока. Меня это радует. Блин, он тут ходит.
A few drops of blood, but not from a mortal wound. A trail of wax leads to the door. The candle was burning when it fell. Someone smaller walked over these boot prints.
Что-то так красиво. Точно, точно, брат.
The bent end of this candlestick has blood on it. Burnt papers, now completely unreadable. Someone was bleeding, but it doesn't look lethal. Watson, would you please lend me your medical expertise?
I'll do my best. A deep stab reached the man's heart. Clean edges suggest a sharp blade, but the wound is too wide for an ordinary knife. His corneas are already clouded. The hand can bend freely. Rigor mortis has passed. Hay on his trousers suggests a gardener or groom. This man has been dead for a week. The result of a sharp object piercing his heart.
You are mostly right, but I would bet he died 5 days ago. Heat and humidity will have accelerated the decomposition. Mr. Arneson with his prey. I will need your help one more time, Doctor.
An enormous blow shattered her ribcage. Blooded, broken nails. The poor woman tried to put up a fight. extremely sharp and deadly. A wound like this could only be dealt by a man of incredible strength.
And cruelty. Why does it look so familiar?
Его всюду, блядь, преследуют эти картины ёбнутые, блядь. Сено, значит, он тут сидел, да?
A used kitchen towel. Tea for two. An odd glimpse of normalcy amid the horror.
Это выход, да? А, это что?
What horrors happened here?
А, это дверь сюда, я понял, ладно.
What I wouldn't give for a nice bath right now, Holmes.
A dashing portrait of Mr. Arneson. A dull book about local geology. Even I'd struggle.
Я себе здесь комнатка. Вот кабинет, нахуй.
Note the blade, Watson.
A curved dagger, probably of Persian or Indian origin. 9 or 10 inches, I'd say.
Arneson and Davy seem to have got along well. He looks more like a son than a servant. Arneson and Davy, 1881.
Рак он, нахуй.
Fauna of Louisiana. Full of things that bite, no doubt. New Pied Piper. Foreigners missing in New Orleans.
Так. Ну все, у нас все разгадки есть. Так. Так, блять. Наверное, так. Хуя себе.
intruder entered through the back door at night, leaving mud traces in the hallway. Without being noticed, they picked up a candlestick and struck the man in the chair from behind. In the kitchen, 2 people were drinking tea, the workman and cook. They were startled by the noise of a falling body and went to investigate the parlor. The workman tried to subdue the intruder but was stabbed by the attacker's knife. Judging by the wound, it was a curved blade. The cook panicked and fled back to the kitchen. The intruder followed, but since their blade was stuck in the workman, they used the meat cleaver on the table to kill her. Someone smaller arrived and discovered the carnage. They dropped the candlestick in horror and ran for safety to a room down the hallway. Meanwhile, the intruder returned to his first victim and dragged their stunned body away from the fireplace and out into the garden.
Так, ладно, я пойду спать, а то завтра рано вставать, удачно играть. Давай, брат, от души спасибо тебе большое. Зашел.
More boot prints. A scrap of silk, soft and elegant. Davy, please open the door.
After all this, Holmes, I doubt the young man would open the door to a stranger.
Davy, please open the door.
Watson, quick. Get her down.
Короче.
Ligature marks on her neck. There'll be a bruise, but she should be okay.
Doctor, Watson, speak to me. How is she?
We were just in time, Holmes. Eula is stable, but lucky to be alive. We should take her to a hospital for a further examination.
Yes. I fear I was wrong, Watson. The sheriff is not a man to be underestimated. To lynch an innocent woman just to send a message, it's evil. We're not safe in this city, nor is anyone around us.
Then we must not dawdle. Help me get Eula to her feet.
No, no. I will not leave here without Davy.
Miss, please, we must get you help.
No, I will not be deterred. I will get my brother and bring him home.
If my deductions are correct, Davy lies behind this door. He ought to be unhurt, but is no doubt shaken.
Davy. Davy, you there?
Davy, we understand what you witnessed before. It's safe now. You're safe. Please, let us in. Your sister wants to see you.
Everything will be all right, I promise.
Yeah, them gentlemen speak the truth. Just open the door. Big sister's here for you. Davy, oh, come here, you. Thanks, sirs. Lord bless your souls.
Let me examine him, miss. I want to make sure he is unharmed.
Remember, he may be mute, but he still understands you.
Davy seems in good health. The bruise is a remnant of that awful night, perhaps even caused by the intruder, but he is otherwise unharmed. In fact, I believe life here was good for the boy.
Arneson and the others cared for Davy. That may have allowed him to withstand such horrors. I need your help, Davy. We know that the man with the curved dagger is responsible for all this. You recognized the man, yes? The same one in the photograph in the office upstairs, standing with Arneson. Good. Please, write his name. And one last thing. The room with an image of a bell on its door may hold important answers. Do you know a way in? Yes. I think I've got it. You have been very helpful, Davy. Let's take a closer look.
Один 882. Запомним. Угу. Ой, ебать, бабосы, нахуй.
These should come in handy. The scene is impossible, unnatural, but also familiar. Dense and disturbing notes. It's hard to follow. A foreigner's clothes, by the looks of things from the Near East. A black opal, cut and polished, easy to sell.
Oh, Davy. Things you must have gone through. Angels, sirs. All y'all lacking is a pair of wings.
More boot prints. No sign of a boat.
Глава 13. Еноты, нахуй. Ему енот, ебать, руку отгрыз, нахуй. Хуеть. Спасибо, говорит, ебать, енот, нахуй. Кого еноты, нахуй? Блядь, енот теперь искать. Перец. Ну-ка нахуй.
Cayenne pepper. Half empty. Or as Watson would say, half full.
Перец.
Davy is calm and these horrors, an impressive young man.
Сука, что-то с енотами связано.
Look, Watson. Animal prints. I wonder what kind.
Я не догоняю.
We must stop this, Holmes. All these atrocities.
Здесь это надо смотреть, что там. Два ключа. Еще тогда где? Блять, она давно светит. Оп, нихуя себе. ЛП, блять. Спиздил, сучара. Ебал кольцо. Где мне нахуй его, блядь, искать? Сучара, блядь.
Arneson's signet ring, as we saw in his portrait.
Ёбаный. Ён-то видный пес, блядь. Блять, советский ковер российский, нахуй.
It's
Нормально.
almost a piece of art.
Там ножик, наверное, должен был быть.
My princess, my love, my heart. Fitting words.
Все отмечать, нахуй.
Well, isn't that interesting? Hello again, Lucy.
Pray you find Mr. Arneson as well, in one piece to boot.
Davy, we know that Ashmat is responsible for what happened here. We must catch him and hold him accountable. I know that you are scared, but you are also the only one who can help us. I believe Mr. Arneson showed you a cryptic telegram that was sent to Ashmat. You are an impressive boy with a phenomenal memory. Can you tell us the contents of that message? Thank you, Davy. Watson, please copy down everything he writes.
When evil tries to knock us down, we get back up. We persevere. I ain't giving it the satisfaction.
We still have to find Arneson. After After all we have learned, I fear for his fate.
When evil tries to knock us down, we get back up. We persevere. I ain't giving it the satisfaction.
Так, ну если с ними мы здесь не можем поговорить, больше никого не осталось, кроме них. Ну все, надо тогда что, ебашить назад, нахуй. Нихуя себе! Я ж охуел сейчас, кстати. Хочу это запечатлеть. Ну все, надо тогда что, ебашить назад, нахуй. Нихуя себе! Ну все, надо тогда что, ебашить назад.
Yeah, I did. It was on me.
Got a spot in mind.
New Orleans port, and quickly.
Innocents slaughtered, a woman lynched, a boy forever traumatized. I fear we've crossed the Rubicon, Holmes.
Davy is resilient, much like Eula. They will overcome this.
You're right, but I worry this portends far worse for us. What have we got ourselves into, Holmes?
Who's your friend, Frank? We love a new face, and his is particularly lovely.
Покурить.
You both look tired. Lucky we have ways to lift your spirit.
At least the weather is on our side.
Oh, you're eager, aren't you? Let me make you a membership card.
May I ask for your assistance?
I'm sorry, but I've never heard of that.
Help me, please.
No, I've never heard of it. But I can help you with something else.
Johnny boy, so how was it with Champagne?
Most enlightening, thank you. And now my friend Mr. Holmes would like to talk to you too.
Well, ain't you something? What can I do for you?
I'm afraid I bring bad tidings.
How bad?
It concerns your significant other, Arneson.
Arneson? Now, who said we were lovebirds?
Lucy, we only mean to help. No word of the matter shall spread.
What are you implying?
The man in this letter seemed ready to declare his feelings for you. Sounds like he was more than a client.
It's part of the job. Men can say weird things when they think they're in love.
This photo of you and Mr. Arneson suggests the feelings were reciprocated.
Looking interested when with the client is part of the job, Mr. Holmes. I don't even remember the man.
You mean to say you take pictures with everyone?
If they ask nicely. And pay.
Arneson definitely paid for a ring in your size inscribed, "My princess, my love, my heart. It is for you." Arneson was going to propose marriage. Facts are clear. You know Mr. Arneson and perhaps even love him back. Regardless, he has been abducted. His life is hanging in the balance. Please, help me save him.
Oh my Errol! What have you gotten yourself into? I didn't want to believe this could happen.
Lucy, Lucy, what do you know? Could it have been the sheriff?
I don't know, John. This town has darkness in it. Errol and me, we had plans, dreams. We wanted to make this place better for all the folk who live here. Errol had grown suspicious of Ashmat, thought he was acting odd. He brought up the bayou. I told him to leave it all alone. The water's there. They swallow everyone.
You mean the alligators?
No. It's local legend. The bayou's dangerous. Any visitor that sees death's messengers, they die.
These messengers, are they abstract or a landmark?
They're white lilies. You see a path with them flowers, you turn around.
All right, Watson. We must find someone to take us to the bayou.
Lucy, you have our thanks. We will go and look for Arneson.
Who on earth would harm Errol?
What's wrong? You don't like what we're selling?
Hello again, and thank you. Your last tip proved extremely useful.
Don't mention it, Cher. Champagne ain't one for trickery. Now, if you need more help...
As it happens, we need to take a short trip through the bayou into the nearby swamp. Of course, you'd receive fair compensation.
It's almost dusk, and only fools go into that swamp at night. Come back tomorrow. Champagne will take you down.
That will not do. We must go now. It is of grave importance.
I won't take you. But if you're crazy enough to go, I'll sell you the boat.
Wouldn't you know it, I came across a bottle of your namesake. Will that be enough for a boat?
It's warm. The bottle's dirty. But we got a deal. I'll even lend you this rifle. If you're going into swamp, you'll need it.
One last favor. The boat that we came on is to leave tomorrow for Europe. Would you kindly relay a message to the crew for us? We may need them to hold their departure till 8 in the morning.
Of course.
At least in Afghanistan, we had nippy nights.
It makes one yearn for rainy London.
This place, Champagne, did not mince words about it.
Keep your wits about you, Watson. We are inching closer to the heart of this mystery, however dark it may be. Hell's bells!
I told you to stay away, Doctor.
That he did, Holmes.
I rule these boys. No hiding from me here.
No case goes cold on my watch!
Settle down, boys. Our friends are as good as gone.
This is it, Watson. Our moment of truth.
Holmes, do you believe the sheriff? That we won't escape?
One cannot be hurt by superstition, Watson.
Look, Holmes. Fireflies!
How are you faring, Watson? Are you tired?
Not yet, but I've more than had it with these damn mosquitoes.
Ага. Нахуй, что это за... Ну-ка нахуй.
A fisherman's hut. Not what we're looking for. This hut has been abandoned for a long time.
It reeks of damp. We're more likely to sink in there than on our boat. Let's go.
Крест, это что означает, блядь, не езжай туда или наоборот?
How did this shipwreck get here? Let us just ensure we do not end up the same way.
Блять, ебло, сука, тупое.
Whatever or whoever it was, we should ready ourselves.
Блять, аж дернуло нахуй.
Am I hearing drums?
Drums in the bayou? I think I heard something swim underneath our boat.
Probably just a rotten log.
Did you hear that, Holmes? What do you see?
A shadow. Nothing more.
If you told me when I binned your paper that we'd end up fleeing the law in a rowboat through the Louisiana Bayou...
I dare say you would have hardly been surprised. Is getting thicker, almost suffocating.
The stench of death. All too familiar now. Weeks of death. We're more likely to sink in there than on our boat. Let's go.
Careful of the gators, Watson. It is stupidity rather than...
It reeks of damp. We're more likely to sink in there than on our boat.
Careful of the gators, Watson. It is stupidity rather than courage to refuse to recognize danger when it is close upon you.
It reeks of damp. We're more likely to sink in there than on our boat. Let's go. Hand me the rifle. I can shoot the ropes holding a few of those poor souls. Come on, Holmes, give me the rifle. We shouldn't waste time in a place like this.
Watson, stay calm, but be quick. An alligator has noticed us.
That's vicious.
That's nature, Watson. Let's try not to annoy them. That pier looks promising over there, Watson.
We're approaching
the heart of darkness.
This place gives me the shivers, despite the muggy night.
Footprints left by a crowd of shackled prisoners. Ashmat dragged Arneson here. The smell of burning flesh, just horrific.
Keep away from it, focus on our task,
A
so
fiery
we may soon
gathering
leave
of
all this
passions and
behind.
deception. Thankfully, it's not Arneson. This is not Arneson, just another unfortunate soul. Thankfully, Arneson isn't among the dead. Days old and rotten. Damp and mouldy hay. The prisoners were kept like animals, slowly deteriorating under the gruesome... The wood is swamp cypress, endemic to the area. The blood is dry. The axe has not been used for some time. A simple rope. This is how those poor people were crucified. A heavy weight scored impressions in the ground 1 inch deep. The initials EA are embroidered with silk thread. The prisoner's clothes tossed aside. The bloody handprint on this stone lacks 4 fingers. The victim's left hand covered in soil. Sunken heels, the result of dragging a heavy body. Blood was poured over someone, leaving a gruesome silhouette. Bowls filled with blood. A worn blade, but clean and without blood. Only this indentation was spared from blood. The tracks lead behind the stone slab. The hand tied here was bleeding in 4 places. This had to have been arson. That's a lot of blood, but probably not enough to be fatal. Both ends of the rope were cut cleanly. The captive was dragged through hell. Arneson was held captive in this cage until his abductors tied him to a cross and dragged him to the bonfire. Arneson was left hanging here for a while before being freed and led to the altar. At the altar, Arneson's captors performed a ritual on him and poured blood over his head. With Arneson now prepared, he was escorted to the sealed entrance. They used the mechanism with an indentation to open the passage. The tracks lead behind the stone slab. Heavy and covered in blood.
Darn it. Something is wrong with my lantern. Give me a minute.
I won't wait for you. I'm going in.
Woe betide those who take it. Walk away. Let the unknown be.
That's human skin and still warm. What's happening? Deja vu, and not in a pleasant way.
Души, братка, души. Ты что, все отстримил, отдыхать? нравится. Не сюда, нахуй. Ладно. Ка. Сейчас посмотрим. Будем дальше думать. Ничего себе струя. Я понял, ладно. А как она у нас идет тогда? Ну-ка, стоп. Вдоль. Запомнить бы. Да наебал его нахуй, великая, я понял. Сейчас будем, блядь, падать нахуй. Да пиздешь нахуй, ебать, как она тогда идет. Ну. Получается, где рука? Вдоль, ну все верно. С другой стороны, блять, отображается же зеркальный долбоеб. Страшно. А, туда. Не туда, я понял. Так она... Так, за клеткой. Мимо другой клетки. Ну-ка нахуй. Здесь, наверное, с другой стороны. Чё, что ли? Ебануться, блядь. Что, сука, за наркоман, блядь, это придумал, нахуй? Блядь, пьяный, нахуй, что ли? Охуеть, не встать, блядь.
And now, axes? What on earth for?
Ой, блядь. Ну, пиздец, вот здесь опять шляпа какая-то будет. Вам надо умереть, что ли, ёб твою мать? Что мне это дало? Типа умереть надо?
Now it is glowing, but why? There's that glow again.
Блять, не то, сука.
hope that was all. I can't take any more.
At last, the lantern's working again. Holmes, I'm coming. Holmes, what are you doing, sitting in a place like this?
How did you get here? How did you get through the maze? Tell me, Watson.
What maze? I walked straight up to you. You saw me.
Do not lie to me, John. How did you get out?
Sherlock, what happened? Are you feeling all... Oh, heavens. Is that Arneson? Why didn't you mention him? Stay put. I must check if he is alive. I need to focus on Arneson. I need to focus on Arneson.
The unknown, beckoning, great one, lightning!
I should examine him before he has another seizure. Severed fingers, the wounds are inflamed. Blunt trauma to the cranium, dilated pupils, lips moving without a sound. Pulse is racing, 110 beats a minute. Cold sweat. 2, no, 3 ribs fractured. Arneson is delirious after all he's endured. We can't get into the boat in a state like that. It's dangerous to us and him. Please tell me there are no wheels inside, Arneson. Hard to tell what it says.
I just need a second, John.
This is Dwale, induces sleep and relaxation. A gluey decoction. The smell is herby but sharp. It appears burnt, judging by the color. Salvia divinorum. Provokes visual hallucinations. Pokeweed berries, though they appear harmless, the whole plant is lethal. Some kind of amanita mushroom, extremely poisonous. Pharmacopoeia, listing drugs, effects, and directions for use. Odorless, watery, and hard to identify. This should help soothe Arneson.
I need some fresh air.
Yes, please go. I'll be right behind you with Arneson. Perhaps you can prepare the boat. There, that seems to have calmed. Arneson enough to be carried. We'll follow you out. We were lucky to find Arneson in time. This is not over until we are all back to safety.
Блять.
Free me festering soul and let me feel. Eyes without purpose and now see the truth. Tear me mind from me flesh, score me festering soul. Phantoms of nothing, we are born to die. Filth in the eyes of our eldritch lord.
Free my festering soul and let me feel.
Oh, please, I wish to return. Free me, let me return. Free me and rejoice.
Eyes without purpose, I now see the truth. Tear my mind from my flesh.
Holmes, are you all right? Here, let me help.
I'm fine.
Holmes? Sherlock! What the hell were you doing? He almost killed you.
I don't... You're right. Let's go, Watson.
Не закабанили нахуй.
Bon Dieu, still among the living.
We are, though not for lack of trying by the sheriff.
Well, he'd been telling people you died in the swamp despite his trying to save you. Crooked man, through and through. Wait, is that Mr. Arneson?
Yes, but he's not well. You know Lucy?
Belle from the Nymph? That I do.
Please bring her here. Mr. Arneson needs to see a familiar face if he's to have any chance of surviving.
Power of the heart. I get you. Wait here.
Errol? Oh, Errol!
Reckon we should give him space. Farewells are painful.
No, tell me that's not true.
Watson?
Mr. Arneson has endured a lot. Lost 4 fingers, a lot of blood, and some of his sanity. But with rest and tender care, he ought to survive those injuries, both physical and mental.
Thank you, Johnny. I'll take care of him. Thank you for bringing him home to me. We'll be all right.
Are you quite certain? Do you have the space? The resources?
I will stay with him at the mansion. It is not a burden to take care of your love.
His property is in quite a state. It may not be the best place for recuperation.
Hush now. Champagne will see it sorted.
Then it's settled. Hear that, Errol? Us living under one roof. Careful what you wish for. Oh, and champagne? I'm about sick of watching that sheriff run riot through New Orleans. We ought to talk.
Funny. I was just thinking that grub did nothing to save your man. Together, I reckon you, me, and Errol have the sway to make some changes around here.
I like the sound of that.
Holmes, our boat.
Oh, we must make haste. Farewell all. Take care. Who's there?
Who do you think?
Let it be known that I'm handy with this revolver.
Nonsense, Dr. Watson. As I understand it, when faced with the imperative to defend oneself, one's comrades, and one's nation, you fled. Aren't you going to introduce us, Sherlock?
Watson, meet my brother Mycroft, Queen's best boy. This is a grim augury indeed, for wherever Mycroft travels, tedium surely follows.
In contrast, of course, to Sherlock, a man whose obsessive pursuit of the trivial tears through the most carefully laid plans like a hurricane. Do you have any idea what you have disrupted?
Your ego is inflated as much as your waistband. What word comes to mind?
You work for the government?
International trade is a delicate beast. Your antics and edelweiss have jeopardized one of the Crown's richest relationships.
Oh dear. As rich as all the butter you've been slathering on your bread?
We need your help.
What?
There is evil afoot. Strangeness and savagery like I have never seen. Something otherworldly festering in the dark beyond our reach. We have seen things that defy explanation. Mystic forces, magic. You must help us.
It's true.
The British government does not invest its resources in the insane or intoxicated. Pull yourself together.
I know men like you. Men like you grease palms, whisper in ears, start wars, and you send men like me to die in them. You and the rest of your corpulent cronies.
Ha! Corpulent! That was it.
Interesting, Sherlock. That as you again drift away from sanity, you find yourself another John.
All right, so the choice is made.
I beg your pardon?
There is only us. We cannot run from this problem. I shall take the book and Davy's cryptic message to Barnes. See what he makes of it.
As you were, Watson. Do what you must.
Another sinking near Scotland. By the strand for all the details. Cool. Thank you, sir. Get the strand, get the true facts.
It has been a while, Barnes.
Dr. Watson. Indeed it has, and good to see you as always. How can I help?
Someone is full of pep.
Oh, yes. Mr. Holmes, he was quite the inspiration. Last time you were in town, he offered me some stirring advice, which I have since acted upon.
Holmes is nothing if not provocative.
Indeed, the thorny truth is often hard to hear, but it did the job. And now my heart is full.
I'm glad to hear it.
Much obliged, Doctor.
Last time we met, you mentioned your knack for translating occult texts. I was wondering if you could help me with this book.
Certainly, Goodness. Where on earth did you procure this grimoire?
That's a long story. What do you make of it?
It seems to describe pagan rituals, ancient deities. Wow, what a marvel. I can try and translate it for you.
Just the pages bearing that symbol. This section, really.
Entity of ocean or time. Oh my. Oh, already on it, as you can tell.
If you can have it done at your earliest convenience, that would be lovely. Barnes, does Stevenson's guiding light mean anything to you?
Well, my mind first goes to Robert Louis Stevenson, an up-and-coming author. I've been following his work in the periodicals. Interesting man. I take it his literary pursuits are somewhat of a deviation from the family business.
What makes you say that?
He wrote a poem. Let me see if I have it still. Yes. Say not of me that weakly I declined the labours of my sires, and fled the sea, the towers we founded, and the lamps we lit.
The labours of his sires. I wonder what they do.
I have a book on Great British families. If the Stevensons have achieved anything of note, they would be in there. Please, feel free to take a look. It should be on the shelves to the right.
Much obliged. For some reason, it makes my skin crawl. Take care of your master. Say, do you possess coastal maps of Scotland?
Indeed. Have you figured out what the Stevensons are known for?
Feats of lighthouse engineering. You have my thanks for the book.
My pleasure, Doctor. Do you need any particular part of the coast?
Loch Harbour, West Coast.
Right then, I'll unroll it on the desk. All yours. In the meantime, I will attend to my translation.
Much appreciated.
A moment, please. Spellbinding pages.
Another sinking near Scotland. By the strand for all the details. Just back from a trip, Doctor. You look exhausted.
Am I mad? This painting wasn't here last time, was it?
Family, Watson. I let go of the best part in Cod.
You had a visitor earlier. He seemed angry.
Hmm.
Get the strand, get the true
Ищем.
facts.
Dr. Watson, how nice to see you, despite the inclement weather. At least my flowers are enjoying.
Ого.
Barnes, have you finished with the book?
Yes. I've written out a translation of the section you wanted. It, puts the grim in grimoire.
I thought as much.
Long story short, it details macabre rituals, death, leviathans, and the apocalypse. See for yourself. I must ask you to leave the book with me so I can read more of it. It's compelling. Very compelling.
Оставим на книгу ТБ, если нет. Ну...
I don't think that would be wise. Please give it back. That said, I remain grateful for your immeasurable help.
Oh, how disappointing. I hope you will consider lending it to me in the future. Good day, Doctor. A fascinating book. Thank you for the opportunity, Doctor.
Mycroft, here to buy a book on fraternal dysfunction.
The Holmes family is beyond counseling, Doctor.
True, more deserving of scientific study. What do you want?
I came to warn you. Perhaps you have a moment to...
Sorry, I reserve Tuesday afternoons for time with friends.
I'm worried about Sherlock. He's not well. You should know that he has had episodes in the past. Detachment from reality. He will need your support.
Such gall. First you crush him under your boot heel, now you ask me to pick up the pieces.
Your emotions are impeding your rationality. He needs to be distracted, diverted into something less harmful.
Surely you jest. Only one thing shall truly bring him peace of mind, and that is solving his case.
The last case he pursued so doggedly was Cordona. He came home a wreck, and this time I fear he may not return at all.
You are not his father, Mycroft. Not anymore. He is a grown man, a brilliant man. I know you care for him. I just wish you also respected him.
The Crown cannot help you. But I can. Give him this.
What is it?
A confidential note tied to his case. He may see value in it. Just do not tell him it came from me. Oh, speaking of the Crown, perhaps you can help us with another matter? It requires some local knowledge.
I'm all ears.
For your eyes only. Here is a folder with all the details.
Holmes, I have the translation. But Barnes was affected by the book. Holmes?
Watson?
Did you hear me? Barnes was behaving oddly, but I was able to retrieve the book and his preliminary translation. I think we have a lead. Sherlock, what is it?
I find myself burdened. It will come as no surprise that I tend towards obsession. Indeed, obsession oft grants me the insights that have become my stock in trade, but my greatest asset. Yet I cannot deny this nature proves as much a hindrance as a boon. It has cost me friends, colleagues, brothers. And despite my obsession as I contend with the matter at hand, no closer to understanding than when we began, I must conclude that I am of no worth at all. Without an answer, what use is the question?
Sherlock, this is no time for despair. The book is real. Those men went mad.
John, I fear that I am as mad as the rest of them.
I bore witness to the same events that you did. I saw with my own eyes the inexplicable, the ghastly, and the unnatural. I can attest to their occurrence. So take heart, for it was as real as you or I. And thus, we must persist. Lives hang in the balance. If you cannot see your worth, then trust in me, for I see it. And I know of no other man capable of putting this matter right.
Thank you, John. Would that I possessed even half your courage. Pray tell, where does our journey end?
Ardnamurk, Scotland.
Конец головы.
I need a moment to put my affairs in order.
You raised my spirits, Watson. Take all the time you need.
Well, shall we be off?
Yes, of course. You can apprise me of your actions while we pack.
Holmes, if we don't make land soon, I fear we will join those missing souls.
These seas have taken too many, John.
Let's stop them from taking more then.
The door won't budge. Barred and barricaded from the inside. An old cannon, probably rusting here since the 16th century. Ouroboros, a snake eating itself. An ancient symbol of eternal renewal. Fresh marks, something scraped along the stone. This door requires a very specific key. Where did this shirt come from?
Holmes, look. There's a body here.
Not just any body, it's Ashmat.
He died recently.
The infamous curved dagger. It's tied firmly to his hand. Scratches, bruises, and stabs, all self-inflicted. Oh, his eyes are gouged out. A broken chain, something was attached to the end.
His body succumbed to all those wounds.
A human-sized imprint. Someone fell on their back. This branch was recently broken. The wood is still green. Whatever Ashmat had secured to his chain, he lost it here. Scratches. This medallion saw frequent use. Interesting occult pattern.
What drove him to this dreadful act?
I fear we are about to see for ourselves. Sealed shut, and seemingly for a long time. Sealed shut, and seemingly for a long time.
Something in the caves drove Ashmat mad.
They used fresh
It might
blood
still
in
be
some
there,
kind
so
of
let us
ritual.
proceed with caution.
This vessel is covered in dried blood.
Oh, I get it. We need fresh blood. And no, I'm not volunteering.
Fear not. I think Ashmat can help. An obsidian heart. Masterful work. That's a crafty mechanism and quite ancient. Do you have anything to hold blood, Watson?
Fine, take my flask. My revolver is loaded, just in case. I thought after the war I would live a quiet life, but I slayed schemes of mice and men. The lever doesn't want to stay on its own.
Watson, hold the lever for me. I must investigate.
Holmes, watch out! My lever went back up.
The doors, Watson. Hold the doors.
Ah! We're trapped! Now what?
Look around. There must be something we can use. Those holes seem to have a purpose, but I won't risk my arm to find out what. Be ready for anything, Watson. It's all right, Watson. It's merely a chest with coins and a dagger, made of obsidian by the looks of it.
Его уже видели.
A rather accurate depiction of the human heart. It's ancient, though still working.
Может, надо ножик, блядь, взять.
Use these with care. Let us be the
Монет
first
или нож.
adventurers to raid a tomb without destroying it. Terrific. Now, onward before they close again.
Let us hope our paths converge, Holmes. Holmes, say something. Holmes, speak up. Holmes!
Please, John.
Holmes, speak up. Holmes! Holmes, speak up.
Please, John.
Holmes!
Please, John.
Sherlock?
Son.
I'm coming! Keep talking! Keep talking!
John, I'm falling!
Sherlock?
John, I'm falling!
I'm coming! Where are you? Holmes! Holmes! Holmes, come on, wake up! Thank heavens. What were you doing? What happened?
The whirlwind. Stars so distant. The sun inverts the earth. It becomes transparent.
Sherlock, snap out of it.
Nothing is everything. We are so small, inconsequential. A shadow in the dark.
I think we best go back. You are not well, Sherlock.
No. We are so close. We cannot...
You asked that I intervene if I saw you cracking. This is me intervening.
With every passing minute, another life is extinguished. We must stop, Rochester. We must end this.
Ah, Sherlock, you almost died.
Do not worry about me, John. You have other men to save.
Careful, Holmes.
Sir, are you all right? No response. The base appears to rotate.
Hands off, Holmes. We have no idea of its purpose.
They are all entranced, captivated by the light of the lens.
Sherlock, don't touch it. We still don't know what it is capable of.
The sheer form of it, the color, it makes me feel uneasy. Black, metallic, and with a characteristic hue, obsidian yet again. This material feels very sturdy. It would take an enormous effort to break like that.
I thought that I'd seen horrors during the war, but this is complete madness. That's it! You did it! The lens broke!
John, the worshippers, we need to make sure...
Of course, I'll see if they're all right.
Stop there, shipmates! A storm awakens and we've battened down the hatches.
Dirty summers, I presume. Nice to put a filthy, sweat-covered face to a name.
That's no way to speak to a captain. Sherlock, get down!
Watson, you killed him.
I didn't have a choice.
Well, what's done is done. If we do not stop Rochester, Summer's death will be but one of many.
Зачем мы его туханули? Я
My
не понимаю.
sanity is slipping away. I feel the sailor
Типа,
who didn't
зачем?
survive the storm.
The port of London feels so long ago. Forgive me, Summers.
They made sure no one could enter through the main door. Hold on. We need a plan. Hold on. We need a plan.
Don't mind my trembling hands. It's not
Hold on.
fear.
We need a plan.
It's adrenaline.
They modified the gallery and watchroom. Khalid lenses are placed inside the lantern room. It seems they have placed beam emitters all over the main gallery. One moment, Watson. I'll redraw this blueprint. I know this company. They make Fresnel lenses, essential for any modern lighthouse lantern. Hay for padding. They didn't want their cargo damaged. We shall apply what we just learned, charge the Khalid lenses, and break them with the dagger. That should put a stop to this cursed ritual.
All right, good. I confess, I worry about what awaits us. Is it too much to hope this will all come right?
If our future is black, it is better surely to face it like a man than to attempt to brighten it by mere will-o'-the-wisps of the imagination. Come on. We'll go together.
Look at them all. We have to help them.
Watson, stop. Rochester will see you.
What should we do?
We get answers. Stay here, see to the lenses. I shall confront Rochester. He owes me the truth. Sherlock! Sherlock!
Mr. Holmes, you are late. Was the path here not as you anticipated?
You expected me?
We've stood here before, Mr. Holmes. Another you, another me. Many years ago. I wonder what will happen this time.
What? What are you talking about?
Join me. Bear witness to the end.
You cannot bear witness to anything, Lord Rochester. You are blind.
How could you?
It is what I do.
No. How could you be so ignorant? For I have never seen more clearly than in this moment. Never felt more than I feel right now. Every fiber of the earth, every molecule reverberates in anticipation of the awakening. The vile madness rises in our throats just as our master rises below. I see moon beasts, night gaunts, a witch doctor in Arkham. I see what the stars themselves are dreaming. I know more than any man has ever known.
You are delusional. How did you do it? The compulsions, the visions, was it some form of hypnosis or no? A drug, perhaps, tell me.
Ah, there is no ruse. There is no big reveal. You still fight so desperately against this truth, but you feel it too. Yes? Yes?
You are mad. You have mistaken hallucinations for reality.
Are you really want to talk, Mr. Holmes? Speak truthfully now. In the port, in the swamp, what did you see?
I saw only darkness, nothing more.
No, no, no! You are lying to yourself, Mr. Holmes! Why? If you are not here for the truth, then you are a diversion, but no more! Ruler Kanga! Oh, Master! Oh, Great One! He has come! Take me! Accept my sacrifice! The world is yours!
Типа не то ответил. Я понял, ладно. Значит, надо было соглашаться.
Something beyond the capacities of my imagination. A world so alien, but
so familiar. Yes, I see it too, in your mind's eye. Untold horrors lick their lips in the shivering dreamlands, as Sarnath sinks eternal.
Ну, надо, короче, соглашаться, я понял. Сюда мы не проходим, да? Так, девчат, нахуй, ну-ка, ебать. Соситесь, нахуй. Суки, встали, блядь. Еще зачем ты орешь?
It's completely broke. Something is missing here. Interesting.
Блядь. Здесь не диалог заново, хорошо. Сука, как мне пробраться, блядь? Надо направить вот сюда еще один луч. В принципе, вот этот. Не ори. Угу. Угу.
Something is missing.
Сука. Ну, блядь, почему? Два же вроде било. Сука. Меня заебали уже орать. Так, ну вот это светит, по сути, куда? В никуда, нахуй. Блять. Так, ладно. Давай, блять, а мы вот это никак не направим. Они там окружили, да? Ну, так не работает. Я думаю, да. Думаю, нет. Работает чуть-чуть не так. Ну, что-то не хватает. Отлично.
What are you hoping to achieve with all this slaughter? Do these people deserve such suffering?
They are just tools. Their existence is meaningless unless put to use. Oh, all-seeing master. Oh, grand God beneath. How he has blessed them with purpose.
You use them for cruelty.
I've seen a man eat his own flesh just to hear the whispers of lizards. I've seen a mother behead her newborn that she might travel to another world. Galaxies swallow each other whole. Light folds in on itself until nothing remains. You know not cruelty, Mr. Holmes. Cruelty is for such knowledge to be beyond the reach of so many.
This is hubris delusion. You are Icarus flying too close to the sun.
No, no. You misinterpret the legend, Holmes. Icarus flew. He reached heights no man had ever reached. One must imagine Icarus happy.
He burned. Rochester plummeted to his death.
And were you to ask him of his choice, he would have not a single regret. Every step I took was necessary. Every drop of blood a blessing. Every death predestined. Surely you understand. It was for knowledge. The only thing worth living for. Why must you remain so blind? Be honest. What is it you fear?
I fear nothing, Lord Rochester. You are the coward hiding from the pain of the world in a delusion of his own making.
No, no, no!
Сука, не расхуяли.
Mr. Holmes! Why? If you are not here for that...
Ебать, Миш, все хуйня, давай по новой. Ёбаный того, блядь, рот нахуй. Да схуяли, сука. Ай, блядь. Сука, точно нахуй? Да, все. Заново нахуй. Ебать того рот, блядь. Эх. Там еще два, блядь, этих надо взрывать.
burned and chop.
Тряпа какая-то получается. Там еще максимально. Как-то надо до туда добираться. А как, блять? Они здесь стоят, сука. Ну попробуем. Чтобы они меня не загрызли. Ну так и знал, блядь. Сука ебаная. Хуй ты орешь, блядь. Пусть спят все, сука. Надо как-то прикидывать на ту.
Dreaming in the asylum. Tied to a chair.
You are standing right here, Holmes, as you always do.
You said that before. You said we had met, but I've never seen you before in my life.
The cycle repeats. Old becomes new, and we remain pawns in the hands of a god. Submit! Submit to your inconsequence!
It is unthinkable.
It is undeniable.
I cannot.
When you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. Now, Holmes, now is the moment. You know it in your heart. Say it. Say it!
It's real. All of it, it's real.
Блять, правильно, ёпта мать, слава богу, блять.
Your god is unstoppable, but you are merely a man, and I know how to stop you.
What do you mean? What have you done?
I have made a friend.
Yeah! No! Curse you! Oh, great one, forgive me!
It is over, Rochester.
I thought this time would be different, but the gods laugh at man's arrogance.
Sherlock, come back down!
The wave!
Come with us! Turn yourself in, save yourself!
The abyss calls for me, Mr. Holmes, as it does for you. The final problem approaches, and you too shall fall.
Sherlock, please! Rochester, don't!
Such heights we reach!
No! God! Sherlock, we must get inside! I have to see it, John. I have to know.
Здорово, малой.
Apologies, did I rouse you? I could relocate to the study, but I wanted to be at hand should you need me.
No. The sound of your keys. It is my tether back to the waking world.
I find writing of our adventure helps me too. Perhaps at some point you could read it and tell me if it accords with your memory. There are moments in our journey that only you were privy to. Your encounter with Gygax, your visions with Light of the Abyss, your confrontation with Rochester.
No.
Pardon me?
Do not publish it. It would be professional suicide. You would be a laughingstock, a fabulist, concocting penny dreadfuls for the unwashed masses. And I would no longer attract a distinguished clientele, but madmen convinced I could connect them to their deceased relatives or help them capture a fairy.
Ah. It doesn't seem to get any better, does it?
When I close my eyes, John, I am falling. Falling into a black abyss. It is endless and suffocating and unforgiving. What I would give for a dreamless night.
It's going to be all right, Sherlock.
What is that?
It will help you rest.
No, not that. No. I say,
Это Шерлок Холмс.
would you be afraid to sleep in the same home as a lunatic, a man with softening of the brain, an idiot whose mind has lost its grip?
Not in the least.
That's lucky.
А, стрим какой за сегодня, блядь? Получается 3-й. Все, мы прошли. За Сурков было, за Манов, Шерлок. Все пройдено. Теперь идем отдыхать. Вот. После Шерлока у нас... Ведьмак. Я думаю, хочу Ведьмака поиграть. Ведьмак, а после Ведьмака будем Спайдермена 2. Я думаю. Сейчас мы пойдем отдыхать. Так, ребят, все. Давайте, всем спасибо, кто зашел, кто смотрел. Давайте, всех обнял, поднял. Завтра стрим будет вечером, потому что днем мне нужно будет поделать шорты. Вот, надо выспаться. Поделать шорты, и вечерком я подрублю стрим. Ну, там ближе к вечеру, часиков, может, в 5 в Москве. Все. Всем спасибо, всем пока.